cafe. Bill needs cafe. A nice cup of coffee. And bizcocho. If I said it right. Bizcocho. Actually, it's happy birthday. Yes, coffee. Happy birthday to Caesar today. Tomorrow's mom's birthday. Beautiful night in Churchill, Manitoba, Canada. Mom's like, put the heat on. It's nice and comfortable in here tonight. Heck no. No heat. No fire. It's 36 degrees out. You do. All right, we're all set up with the pop-outs. So just sitting back and enjoying that sky. Now, they said there was going to be some activity in the next few days. Nothing major, but there should be some activity. And it's a nice, clear night in Canada. So it's just time to chill out and relax and watch this beautiful view because it is clear. And I see some clouds way in the horizon, but I think it's generally clear over there tonight. That could change. I would have to look at the satellite imagery. But compared to the other streams, this is the best one. Let's check it out. Satellite. Wow, there's a big high pressure offshore. Okay, let's go up. Churchill. Let's see which way this is moving. There are clouds. But that not may be clouds. That might be echo from the ground of snow. Because offshore, it's showing clear. But when it gets over land, yeah, that's snow on the ground. It's clear. There are clouds coming in from the west, but it's quite a distance away. So if you see it here, here's Churchill. Right there. Now that looks like clouds, right? It's not. That's snow on the ground. Here are the clouds. This is actually echo, snow echo. So it looks on the radar like it's clouds. It's not. It's the snow on the ground. It's wild. See, it's not moving. None of it's moving. This is moving. Here's some clouds. Right here. Moving east. But it's a nice clear night right now. In Canada. So, and like I said, there could be activity tonight. For the Aurora Borealis. Okay, that's good. Matter of fact, let's see what the weather is here. It is nasty out now. It's raining. Periods of rain. And it's definitely foggy. Tomorrow it's going to be 50. 44, 47, and then back down to the 30s next week, and then the mid 40s. Mid 40s into February to February 7th. Mid 40s. Yes! The winter's not so bad. Happy birthday, Caesar. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a good time tonight. Oh, you're at work. Probably at work, right, on your birthday? Or did you take off? Anyway, I need coffee and cake. Mom's supposed to make... Oh, you're at work? She's supposed to make coffee. Tup yup. So hopefully she's going to make that coffee, because every time I ask her, an hour later, I'll see the cup. I even bought a cheap coffee machine to make it as simple as possible to make coffee. I don't know if she has her phone. She's going to get pissed. Get ready for the response.
Wrong number.
Café, por favor.
Hey, wrong number.
Café, por favor, y bizcocho, if that's how you say it.
Yeah.
Is that how you say cake? How do you say cake?
Bizcocho.
How do you get bizcocho from cake? I don't get that.
I don't know. That's Spanish. I don't know. I said
Bizcocho. Like, what kind of word is that?
Spanish. Bizcocho.
Anyway, try to make that for me,
It's
please.
It sounds like bizcocho.
Oh, Jesus. Everybody heard that one on live. All right. See you. Make it for me. Bye. Yeah, I hear you. I may go out with the nut here, the nuts, but it's gonna be packed. But I wouldn't mind doing it on Super Bowl Sunday, going out and going somewhere. I know that place would be nuts, so I don't want to go there. The Buffalo Wild Wings, oh my God, that place would be nuts. But where else could I go? I can go to, what's that other place near Walmart? Shit, I went to it in Roswell. Applebee's. But I think if you want the atmosphere, it's going to be Buffalo. But I'm not a big fan of Buffalo Wild Wings. The burgers were okay. I'm not a big fan. As crazy as that sounds, I'm not. Because I don't eat anything with a bone, but they got the buffalo wings. It's good. But a lot of it's spicy. And I like the appetizers at Applebee's. I do. The only thing is, we're going to Uber it. Because I'm not driving. I'm drinking. What's up, Witch Moon? But I'll see, because it's just easier to party at home. But it's cool to be around other people. Hello, Deborah. Wait a minute, Perrin. For a second, I thought that was an Annie relative. But that was just two R's. Can you imagine that? I see Perrin, and I'm thinking Annie. Deborah, so you know, there's an Andrea Perrin. She's the eldest daughter of the family that had the case in the Conjuring house that the first movie was based on, but it's 90% bullshit. 90% bullshit. Annie always says that. Right, Witchy? Witchy's always in the chat when her show's on. Witchy could tell you. That movie is absolute BS. Hollywood exaggeration on steroids. Matter of fact, when they were filming that, she's told this story. They were creeped out. They were scared. They were actually scared. The crew. I could get Annie on. I should get her on here one day and hang out with me. I'm going to call her ass. I'm actually going to put her on the spot right now. Yeah, she's got 2 R's. What's up, Michael? Uh-oh. Hi there. I want you to one day during the week when I'm off Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesdays, and come and hang out with me on my Skywatch.
Okay.
The reason is this way people could hear, because Witch Moon is in there right now. She says hello. But someone just popped in. I'm live right now, so people could hear us, so don't, a Deborah Perrin came in, but with only 1 R. I said, you know what? That reminded me of Annie. I got to get her on one day. So one day, when you're free, you don't have to be on for a long time, like 20, 30 minutes. Just hanging out on my streams.
Okay. I'm happy to do that for you anytime, sweetheart.
Anyway, love you. Send me whenever, whatever. You know the deal.
I know the drill.
How is everything okay?
Everything's okay.
Good. Call me, email me, whatever you, and love you, and I'll see you Friday.
Okay.
Alrighty. Bye. God, did I wake her up? What? Did you hear about UFO in someone's backyard in Vegas? Are you talking about the one that happened like months ago that was a fake? You talking about that one? Some bullshit. Now, is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, that one. Oh, don't pay that shit no mind. Even though one of them still swears, that's bullshit. That is a bullshit one. The video's been analyzed by people I know. It is so bullshit. Hi, Daggers. What's going on? Yes, I'll get Annie to come on at some point. I'm going to bug her till she makes that coffee. I'm telling you. She can get bugged. I'm not going to leave her alone. Her birthday's in 3 hours. Caesar's is almost over. But he'll be celebrating. He's the only one in Rumble right now. Just so you know, I'm talking to him. But his birthday's today. So happy birthday to him. But he's celebrating it Friday. I'm not going to yell. What's going on, Mike? I know I'm doing the Deborah's muted, so she doesn't even know I'm doing it. I need coffee! We just had shrimp scampi with I put the way I make it. I take unsalted butter. I season, the butter sauce, garlic salt, pepper, oregano, Italian spices, chopped diced onion, saute it. Then I throw in broccoli florets and cauliflower florets. Cook that, and then I throw the shrimps in. And then I throw a can of mushrooms in there. And that shit is so good. Oh my God. Little white wine. Oh, delicious. Over linguine. Oh, speaking of that project, Mike wants to know if you could take photos of under the fuselage, the underbody, because that will tell us if there's been modifications to that specific plane. Linda Zimmerman does not believe that those Cessnas were used, but Mike says he believes it does. They did. So there's two, they've been talking to each other. Linda's convinced it wasn't that type of plane, but Michael is convinced that it was. So if you can't take pictures, then we're going to have to go up there in person. He's going to look at it himself, if that's possible. If you know what I'm talking about, obviously, Mike. Try to take pictures. Because then we'll know if it's been modified or not. That's the key for those planes. Did they attach lights to them to fly around? That specific plane? Was that specific plane used? Well, it's a good way to find out the evidence. Because that would be curious if those planes were used. They may not even know the freaking importance, the historical importance of that plane in a controversy from the 1980s with all the boomerangs and triangles that were seen here in the Hudson Valley. If that plane has any visual markings on it that it was altered with lights so they can pretend it was in formation and it was a UFO to fool people, that would be... You think they were modified? I looked at the emails, but it's hard to tell from diagrams and everything else. A visual will show that a different color in paint, a different rivet that doesn't necessarily belong in the plane. It could be larger as a mount. So you got to look for the telltale signs of if the plane was modified at all, that they used it in this formation with the lights rigs on them and flew them to fool people and say, nah, it wasn't a UFO, boomerang. You seen this, a formation of planes. Why would they do that? Why would they go out of their way to do that? Like, they were bored. It says they were bored. Oh, so they are bored? Who paid for putting lights underneath the planes? And they were amateur pilots. They weren't professional. Oh, so you're amateur pilots flying with extra weight on the planes with light rigs. Oh, that just sounds logical. It doesn't make sense. So the more we dig, the more. So that's why that plane is in the area. You don't know. It could be one of those planes. It would be a shitload of luck and coincidence. They're definitely hiding something. But this is how you do the investigative work and find out the evidence. Now, what does it prove? It proved that that was possibly one of the planes used in Stormville as the decoys. Or the better answer would be, was this plane modified in any way? Because this plane is different from the standard Cessna, and it looks like it was modified with something. What was added? How was this plane modified? No answer? Dig. So that's the way you put the pieces together. It's like solving a mystery. Speaking of that, I gotta buy a model. Yes, I gotta buy models. I forgot to do it today. I'll do it Friday. You're doing the live volcano show with Dr. Fox 2000. What's up, Bob? Kevin says, happy birthday, everybody celebrating today. And there are a effing ton of you. I know it's raining. I was just walking the dog in the rain. All right, investigate, Mike, if you can. How close is this to your house that you're traveling to investigate? I hope you're not like going out of your way, dude, to do this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're doing great investigative work, and Mike appreciates because I just did his pre-record for Friday, his show. And I mean, if there's after because he wants to see the pictures. After he sees the pictures, it may require that we take a trip up there when he comes here to speak at Pine Bush in the summer. So, but he wants to see if he sees anything. He says, look for a difference in paint. He said, look under the fuselage area, under the body, and look under the wings. You know what I mean? Take pictures of everything. So that's my advice. Oh, it's only 15 minutes? Oh, that's nothing. That's going to the store for me. So yeah, I know he appreciates it and I appreciate it. And we discussed it tonight, matter of fact. So you know. And I shared the images that you sent me. He says he has access to a lot of that already because it's public domain, you know, since it's a public known plane. He said that he has a lot of that stuff already. He says he wants to see the pictures of this plane. And then he told me where for you to look and take them. So just if you, I don't know how difficult it's going to be, if you could even do it, underneath the body and the wings. Even the top of the wings, anywhere. The sides, try to get as many images as possible. Because the more the better. Simple. So, keep me posted. Tomorrow I got to work at 7 to whatever. Friday, same thing. 7 to midnight. Same tomorrow's till 1 a.m. So tonight is like my last night to chill till the weekend starts for work. It would be nice if I had a cup of coffee and a piece of cake. So we went to Poughkeepsie today. I know it's undergoing maintenance. I wonder. So Mom wanted to go to Christmas tree shop. They went out of business. They filed bankruptcy. Now I had to go to Best Buy, which was right next door, to get something. But she wanted to go to Christmas tree shop. So after I went to Best Buy, I went to closed. They're making a pickleball place. I was like, wow. Then we found out. I did the research. They went bankrupt. Christmas tree shop. Mom was disappointed. Right, Ma? You were disappointed. Christmas tree.
I'm crying.
Mom likes Christmas tree shop.
I'm crying. They what the hell? They're gonna leave up without nothing.
So, are you making the coffee?
Really, I'm making coffee. You serve yourself because I don't feel good.
All right. I'll do the cake too.
I'm gonna
No. Did you? Is it on?
Yes,
All right. I'll serve myself. Go chill out.
I am. Where's the ibuprofen?
On the counter in the big room, the bureau, the dresser. Make sure you take ibuprofen,
No.
not something else. Oh my God. They've been out of business since November? I didn't even know that. I only found out today. Thank God I didn't make a trip just to go to Christmas tree shop and I found out it was closed. I would have been like... So, the computer that's in my room, I had to buy a power supply because I upgraded it in that room with a new card, a graphics card. So the one that came with the computer didn't have the proper power supply. So I bought a $750 today? And I put it in. Everything's working. So the computer's been modified. And now it's running pretty good. Oh my God. Rangers are doing so bad lately. That West Coast trip killed them. They're playing terrible. Terrible. They definitely came back down to earth. Oh shit, now what? Oh, that's Mom's friend. So the cat house is coming tomorrow. The electric heated cat house. The second one. It has a little room on the side. No, those cats are going to be better off than anything else. They got like little mini cat condos outside, heated and everything. So another one is coming tomorrow. Insane. And what's up, Sue? 1311. So yes, we're watching for any aurora. Matter of fact, let's look up space weather. Let's see what's going on. The forecast for aurora activity. That's where you want to go for this kind of information. Okay. Oh, see, there we go. NOAA forecasters say there is a chance for a minor G1 class geomagnetic storm for the next 3 days. This is in response to multiple CMEs expelled by the sun, some of them approximately aimed at Earth. Glancing blows could disturb our planet's magnetic field on the 24th, 25th, and 26th. So starting tonight. So there you go. So it's early, and it's clear in Churchill, Manitoba, Canada, where this stream is coming from. So there's a good chance. Could see some activity tonight. Now this is Central Time, so it's only 8:05 at that location. So it's early, but there's a good chance. Yeah, heated kitty condos is outside. Freaking, it's unbelievable. But they love it. They're in there right now. That's for sure. They are definitely in their little house right now, the two of them. But they, like I said yesterday, there's a third cat now. And we had to buy another. So the one that's in there now is just like a single opening, but you could fit two cats in there. The no one has a single opening, but it has an extra compartment on the side that's also heated. So you could fit 4 cats in there. Total. Or even 5. So they're going to have a good time under there now. Because I guarantee if I went outside and took a picture that there's 2 cats together in the heated house. Because they snuggle up together. Guaranteed they're both in there right now. See, but those 2 are always together. The third one is coming from the neighbor next door. They're not going to allow that cat to be with them because they're territorial. They're feral cats. But there's a chance that those 2 will go into the new house or vice versa. And the other cat will go into the other one. I'm going to have to space them apart a little. And I put it on a pallet to keep it off the ground. And I take these big crate lids and I lay it on the pallet so it's on a level piece and it's dry. It's off the ground. It's raining here right now. It's nasty, but the snow is pretty much gone. Let's take a look with the Ring doorbell. Well, one of the Ring doorbells. There's 3 of them. And 8 blinks. Oh boy, here we go. I know I'm going to get the password wrong. What is this? Solve this puzzle bullshit. Pick the apple. Now there's 2 more. Pick the apple. And pick the apple. Now it wants a code. Unbelievable. What a pain. Again? Verify? Pick the apple again? Now there's 2 of them. Wow, they really got... Oh, shit. Oh, no, I'm in. That was... a lot. All right, we're reactivating. There's still a little bit of snow out there. Very little. I mean, it'll be gone by tomorrow. But you can see the rain it's raining. You can see the drops. It's not a nice night outside, that's for sure. At all. I don't know why the front light is on. The cats. So I gotta clean that. Oh, it is the cat. See the cats? So the house is in here. It's the cats walking around. So the two of them are in there. I just seen her. But you can see there's barely any snow left. It's pretty much gone now. But she's lurking. She's around. Because I just seen her. So yeah, there's not much snow left. Let me go serve myself some coffee and cake. So I can't bother Mom. How am I getting a toothache when I don't have a tooth? That shit makes no sense.
Check this out. Leo,
Yeah.
check this out. I'm getting a tooth coming out.
I know, you told me that.
Right here, look. Look at it. Isn't that fucking weird?
It is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hold on, I'm having a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of.
Well,
But Johnny said.
whatever I did to fix it, thank God. Huh? Well, I thought you said something. I'm shutting the coffee. Huh? Where's Tycho? He's probably under the bed. Mr. Spoiled. Okay. Oh. Let's make some room here. Today I almost fell asleep in the bedroom, and I wake up and I see Tycho like this right next to me, upside down, sleeping right next to me. I wish somebody was there with a camera, because it had to be so cool. I'm sleeping and he's upside down sleeping right next to me. Spoiled. This is a pecan cinnamon cake. It's really good. It's 330 calories. It's like one of the lower cakes that you're going to eat. And not too much sugar because they use cinnamon to sweeten it. Because I got to be careful with that. But this is not bad. And it's good. I found it in Walmart, of all places. Not for nothing. Is there nothing like a fresh cup of coffee? It's like, it's either fresh or not at all. You know what else I take that's helping me with the heartburn? And these cayenne fruit. They're great. Traditionally used to aid digestion and support circulation. That's another thing it helps. Blood circulation. Which I forgot to take mine today. So it's called cayenne fruit. It's organic. And it's really good. Not for nothing. Well, I don't like the coffee too strong. It just has to be just right. She made a cup right now. She made a perfect cup of coffee just now. Perfect. It tastes perfect. That cake is really good. It has a definite kick of cinnamon. Even the color, you could see the color is that cinnamon. Oh my gosh, cinnamon-ly look. Oh, I don't even know what kind of coffee she used, because there's a few different types here. But it came out good. So I was thinking of going out for the Super Bowl, but not that I gave a shit, just to be in a crowd environment. But then I'm thinking, then I got to Uber because I want to drink. I could just stay home. Because I don't think anybody's doing a live show on Super Bowl Sunday. Oh, shit. I totally forgot. That was just a few minutes ago. Good. But yeah, if I see this... if I see this cake again in Walmart, I'm definitely getting it. Because it's not loaded with sugar and it's just good. I mean, you could see it. It's not like a regular cake. It's very cinnamony. See the color? Well, that's a bad side because that's the crust, the bottom side. But it's like that. It's mostly cinnamon flavor, and pecans. It's really good. Interesting, Witch Moon. I just started dehydrating beets to make beet powder that has a lot of nitric oxide. It has phytonutrients great for inflammation in blood and the blood and blood pressure. You type slow? It's no big deal. Oh, my mother, when we were out today, driving around, I said, you see that house over there? See that color blue? What do you think? Oh, I like it. As long as it has white trim. Of course it's going to have white trim. So there was a few with the same color that I'm looking for. So she approved. So no more worries about me having to have that discussion about paint color for the house. She actually likes it. Because it's going to start really soon. They're going to start doing the roof as soon as the weather has a stretch. With no rain. So it's coming. And it's going to be in the 40s next week. Again, 10 degrees above normal. We had this, like everybody else, we had this Arctic blast. But we always get an Arctic blast usually. But the map, it's 37 degrees right now. It should be in the 20s. But there's a lot of moisture going on. But it's all rain. The snow is not even in the United States. That's ice and sleet. Look how warm it is. Even way up there, it's raining near Buffalo. There's a little frozen. These lakes are not. I got to look up the last time the lakes were not frozen. This is rare. This late in the year for those lakes not to be frozen. They could still get lake effect snows. That's not normal, by the way. That shit usually freezes up by the end of December, early January, and then it shuts off. Not this time. So, it's warm. And a lot of people ain't complaining because it's warm. It's not snow. But the dailies, 50 tomorrow. Then the 40s. Remember, the normal is 37 high. In the mid to low 20s at night. Not on that fucking forecast, it ain't. Then we get to more normal temperatures for a couple days. And then it's back into the 40s. There's a little cold stretch there. This is February. It's supposed to be. So, it's up and down. Now, that's too far out to even predict. You're talking February 18th right there. I don't even trust a week away. But this is not normal. So maybe next week, let's go way back up again. So Saturday. Nope, there's a rainy stretch there. Nope. So can't go that too far out. The weather doesn't look good for doing a roof. There's no consistency there of clear weather. So, like I like to do, is show this, because it really says it all. It really does say it all. This month, and they also have the predictions for the next few days. This month, look what they're saying for tomorrow, 52. You see those 40s and 30s? Couple of 20s. Yeah, it was chilly. Couple days. 52. Look at the 40s and 30s. Then let's go back to 2015. You ain't seeing none of that. That's the difference. That's the difference. And it's been getting warmer every year. Every year. This goes back to 15? And you could just look at the data, look at the numbers. Every fucking year they're going up. Used to be teens, 20s, and 30s. Now it's 40s, 50s, 30s, and some 20s. It's flipped completely. And it's El Nino and La Nina. It's not because of either one. It's happening for both. As I know there are people, well, it's La Nina strong this year. Yeah. But so are El Ninos. It's happening. So it's not a separation. It's just because of La Nina. No. It's happening for both. It's a consistent weather change. It's wild. I'm not complaining. But it ain't what it used to be. If it snowed like it did a week ago, do you know how long it takes for that snow to melt away? Usually April. The first one was gone in 3 days. By Wednesday it was gone. This one we had a few inches. When was that? A couple of days ago? It's almost all gone. The snow doesn't stick around. It was too warm. In January and February. This is supposed to be right now our coldest part of the year. Right now. The end of February the end of June, the end of January into February. This is supposed to be our coldest part. Every year. It's not. It's crazy. And the thing with the heat too, in the summer, and the storms, the fronts that come through, because depending on where you are, if I was in Arizona during that heat wave last year, and I had to go through Texas, I was in New Mexico. And it was fucking incredibly ridiculous. 110. I was like, but over here, it's a little different, depending where you are. Obviously, the weather is different for different areas of the country. But we get the fronts coming in from Canada. And then you got that warm air that's coming up the coast. And then you have that clash of the colder air coming through the front, and we're getting tornadoes. Tornadoes. Up here. Michael took the most amazing image of a tornado I've ever seen. In the Berkshires. In New England. Let me see if I still have that photo. It is stunning how beautiful this photo is. Mike, do me a favor. If you're still in chat, send me that image. Because it could be anywhere on my computer. I don't know which one it is. Because of the label. Let me stop sharing screens. Let's see. For a second. It was an EF4 in New England. That's not normal. Here it is. I got lucky. Very lucky. This is a picture he took in the Berkshires. Look at that. In New England. Remember, New England. An EF4. Now that's not fucking normal. By any stretch. But what a picture he took. That is, it almost looks like a painting. That looks like a painting. That is such a beautiful, he's a photographer, by the way. Look at it, almost looks like it's not real. Isn't that an impressive shot? To this, right now, it still doesn't look real to me. You know, but you get into the details, you could see it's fucking real. Look at the debris flying around it. Look, and that's a kind of irony, right? For a second, I thought that was a for sale sign. But that's in the Berkshires. That's cray-cray. So, and I don't know, Mike, if there's an article based on that. I'll look it up. Let me see if I find anything on it. Oh, that's an old one. That's the southeast. What is this? I don't think this is it. No. But that was a photo he took. That's incredible. So many videos of tornadoes. Here it is. Wow. Yeah, see, over here it says weak. It just said F and EF4, but now it's saying it was an EF0. Not necessarily that one. That's misleading. It keeps bringing up the Kentucky one. That was bad. Everything is Kentucky. Everything is Kentucky. Yeah, it's everything here is all about the Kentucky one. Let's see if I try that. There was a bad one in 2011. A major outbreak in New England. Yeah, that's down south. That's horrible. That's an old one too. Again, a lot of it in Kentucky. So, Mike, I don't know if you were there. If you know the date of that tornado that you took the picture of, because I can't find it. But I'd be curious if you can come up with that. But that's still a very impressive image. I'll never the one here. I'll never forget it. It was an EF0, the lowest. But that shit did so much damage. What year was that? 2019. Tornado outbreak, Hudson Valley. Let's try 2019. Might have been 2018. Oh, that's it. It was May. It was crazy. And see, like here, this is just an article. And this is why I say what I say. Is Hudson Valley becoming a new tornado alley? Because we're getting so many of them now. It's fucking insane. 11 tornadoes November. New York, Rhode Island, Connecticut. Followed a tornado watch in August. It's freaking insane. This is 2021. Now that wasn't the year we had the crazy shit happen here. That was May. It could. I don't know if it was 2019. No, okay, it's not 2020. But look, it's every year now. Severe weather tornado threat for Hudson Valley. That's WPD. No, it's just the paper. But this shit is getting ridiculous. Ridiculous. That was considered rare 10 years ago. Not anymore. But yeah. Witch Moon, he took a great photo of that tornado. Oh my God. I mean, but he's a photographer. He knows what he's doing. And obviously he's not standing right there next to the tornado. He's using a telephoto, if I had to guess. Mike, I'm sure you weren't that close to it. But like I can get images like that with my camera, with the telephoto lens. But that's awfully close. Yeah, we're becoming the... Yeah, he's even saying it. We're becoming the new tornado alley. What's up, One Chat? So every time these storms come up, because like I said, if it's a low pressure, which is counterclockwise, a high is clockwise. So when you have these low pressures and they're coming up from the Gulf, bringing all that warm, juicy air that stretches all up and down the East Coast, but then at the same time this shit is coming up, you've got another system coming from Canada with cooler air that collides. So you've got rotation in the atmosphere. You've got this stuff coming like this. You've got the winds coming up like this, and it causes rotation in the atmosphere. And that's why we're starting to get a lot of that now. And the weather's just crazy. Like, I haven't been watching the maps. Really? But the pattern right now, and I'm not going to use the euro, I'm going to use the American. So there's a nice fat high pressure sitting off the coast here. And it's helping bring up that warmer air. See, this is pretty much a quiet pattern right here. This is the American model. See, and look at this high pressure. Look at this high pressure. That's what's going to bring us all that warm air. That's the pattern. A high pressure in the Atlantic bringing up that warm air. Now that's kind of weird. There's a high pressure right there and there's a low pressure there. The high is still there. It's sunk south. But you got another system here. Now look, this is what you look for. That warm Gulf air, moist air coming off the Gulf, heading north. And then you have a low bringing in the westerlies. And when these winds collide, the juicy air coming from the Gulf, these wraparound winds around a low, creates rotation in the atmosphere. And it creates a severe line of storms. Potentially. So that's what you look for. And that's Saturday. Now it's here. So now the nasty weather's behind it and starting to move a little east. So over here is where you could see some storms. Now it's completely shifted off to the coast. And it looks like it's going to head out to sea. Yes, it's all the way out here. And it's just sitting offshore. Quiet pattern in the United States. Very quiet. There's a system way up here in Canada. Way up in Canada. Not a bad pattern. There's still that system up in Canada. And when the models are this far out, you can't trust them too much. You really can't. But nothing really. It's quiet. There's actually a weak high pressure here. So for the next 10 days, the weather doesn't look bad throughout the country. Of course, you're going to have showers, rain. Now, depending on where that low goes, you might have storms down south. Well, we can't do Rush music, Amal, while we're on YouTube. Yeah, I didn't think you were that close to the storm. Michael says, Mamba didn't raise a fool to be that close to a monster storm when he took that photo of that tornado. Yeah, that would be kind of foolish to be that close. So, again, tonight, tomorrow night, and Friday night, there's a chance for minor activity for Aurora Borealis. So it's not a major geomagnetic storm. It's a minor. It's a G1 class. But we should see stuff tonight. The weather's fantastic in Canada. Now you just got to see if... F YouTube, huh? I'm always ready for me to kill the YouTube stream. Rush Mania. You know I'm not going to complain. I need more coffee. How many people are watching on YouTube? I'm guessing not a whole freaking a lot. Amo, what's the YouTube number? Yeah. There was one time I was camping in Hunter, the Catskills, Hunter Mountain. I'll never forget it. And Mike was with me. We went hiking up the mountain. And there was a thunderstorm with frequent lightning. Do you know how scary that is on top of a fucking mountain? Because the clouds are very close to the mountain when you're up on the mountain. It's like the clouds are like right above you because you're in altitude. And it's just like boom, because they're going to hit the highest point. It is sick. It is a scary experience, I'm telling you. Very dangerous. And we couldn't find a lean-to. That shit, there's only 5 watching? It was scary. Because it's like boom, boom, boom. It's bad. Not a good thing. And you're surrounded by trees. It's like, where do you go? Just be lucky you don't get hit. It's in God's hands now. Because it's that crazy. And I can call him here. I know he'll remember that time. Because people were running down the mountain. We all were running down the mountain. Sliding down the mountain to get the fuck off that top. He has to remember that. I don't know if he's around. Oh, that's right. He's off for a week. His father passed away. See if he picks up. He might be watching the game. Please leave your message for. He ain't picking up. Please leave your message.
Please leave your.
I hate that. Now maybe he'll call back, but I hate that. But I'm guilty for it too, because people call me and I don't pick up because I'm too busy. Tough. Sorry. Too busy. No offense, but I can't pick it up. Leave a message. I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. Just like that annoying message that we just heard. Oh my God. He's off tonight. I'm not going to bother him. But yeah, that was scary. There was one time I was on my dad's boat. This was a scary experience when he had his boat on the ocean in Freeport, Long Island. The ocean side, not the sound side, the ocean. It got so freaking bad, the weather, that I swear to God, I thought we were going to capsize. We had to get the hell back to the marina. It was so scary. And I've had a few of those. Definitely a few of those. Another time, my brother got very sick. He couldn't handle it. We were fishing Mount Talk, but on a charter boat. The fucking boat was going like this, tipping side to side, nonstop, the whole fucking time. Now, I'm good. I can handle that. My brother was bad, really sick. And then another incident, fishing for bluefish in the ocean. my uncle, I don't know if it was my uncle or my father, was reeling up a bluefish, and the fucking bluefish came out in half with a shark jumping right after it out of the water. Do you know what it's like to see that? You're fishing and you're picking up a blue, and all of a sudden the fish comes up in half because the shark just bit half of it off, and the shark comes out of the water. And then there's like a feeding frenzy of sharks around your boat where the captain decides to take out a fucking shotgun because one of the sharks was going after his engine. And obviously we had to get the fuck out of there. It started a feeding frenzy because now there was a school of bluefish, and all the sharks are going nuts, attacking the bluefish to feed because we got caught in the middle of a feeding frenzy. That's insane. It is very scary. It's a scary experience. So, and in 1988, my dad bought a twin screw, 2 engines, a 36-footer, a Thompson. We picked it up at Oyster Bay, Long Island, and we drove it back to the marina in City Island. Someone decides, let's go. This is the first day my father had this boat. The first day. So he's, getting accustomed to this. Somebody says, let's go to the Battery. The 4th of July celebration is tonight. It's the 100-year anniversary, I think it was, for the Statue of Liberty. So my father says, okay. We go down. Not bad. Pretty calm. We parked right where the furthest point we could park at the Battery, where the police had barricaded the barges. It was great to see the fireworks, and you felt the concussions because it was like right over you. It was fucking amazing experience. But there was a baby on board, and the baby was seasick. So we had to get back. So I told my father, Dad, let's wait, anchor, and wait out all the other boats. It's like a traffic jam on the water. And everybody's racing to go home. Big boats, little boats, yachts, everything. And everybody's going down the same river. And the waves are bouncing from the Manhattan side to the Brooklyn side. The waves are just bouncing and going all over the place. You have little boats cutting off the bigger boats, creating wakes all over the place. It was just insane. So my father's driving the boat from the flybridge, the top steering wheel. Calls me up, says, Billy, get up here. I said, what's up, Dad? What's going on, Dad? Stay up here with me. And I was like, oh shit, this is serious. There had to be like 9 people on the boat. They were all inside the cabin. And he says to me, which my father never said to me in my life, if this boat tips over, I'm going to do what he told me. Dive in and try to rescue the people inside. Because he knows I was a great swimmer. But not that great to be swimming in fucking the dark in the East River with hundreds of boats to go in what? Where? So I got scared. So then he goes, okay, I need you to do me a favor. Go to the front of the boat and put the spotlight because there was debris in the water. So now this idiot is on the front of the boat. And it's big. Holding to dear life a fucking big spotlight and moving it around. That was scary. Then we went back to the marina. We found that people lost their lives on the water that night. I was never so much scared in my life than that one night. It was insane. And I don't know if there's even articles about that, because I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. In my whole life, I'll never forget that experience. July 4th, 1988. I think 88 comes to my head. I'm not sure that was the year. New York boating accidents. That's the Oyster Bay one. You gotta remember, that's so long ago to have it on the internet. It's hard to say. It's the same one from years ago, 2012, but no, doesn't go back that far. July 4, 1988. New York City, maybe? I'm actually surprised. Okay, when was the... Okay, Statue of Liberty. Maybe I got the year wrong. Statue of Liberty birthday. No, actually it was the centennial. Centennial celebration. 86. It was 1986. It was 86. Wow. 1986. Statue of Liberty. 4th of July. Boating accident. It was beautiful too. I don't see anything. All I know is I remember it. Okay, 19... Clipper ship accident. Because I know a mast on one of the clipper ships broke too. Nothing. Nope. I do remember the ships though. I've got to look at something quick. Reagan was there, that's right. Okay, here you go. Oh my, Could you imagine if my fucking father's boat is in that picture? This is the actual video clip from that year. This is the actual video clip. It was sick, all the boats on the water. I hope they show it. One of those masts broke on one of those ships. That it was docked though. For a second, I thought that was Gary Busey. Okay, so my father's boat looked like that. Oh, they got big pictures out. We were right on the edge too. We were as close as we can be. Like, you see, that looks like my father's fucking boat right there. That looks like his boat right there. Not to say that it is, but that's right in the fucking general area we were, and we were all parked. See how we're parked? I mean anchored. That looks just like my fucking dad's boat right there. I want to see if they show any other images. It was awesome. They had all these clipper ships in for that 4th of July. Things were so different. That's awesome. I would die if I saw us on the fucking... See, now that's pretty much where we were, because I remember where the statue was. We're not far from this area. Because I remember looking at the statue from that kind of angle. Let me skip. That's the Coast Guard. I would die if I saw it. Could you imagine? I doubt it because they're highlighting the ships. That's crazy. Look at all the boats on the water, though. That's what I'm trying to say. Look at all the boats on the fucking water. And they're all parked. Is that Peter Jennings? That is Peter Jennings. Oh. See, you couldn't get too close. They didn't allow it. You had to stop at a perimeter. See, like where all the boats are in the back? Everybody else is trying to find a spot to anchor. Okay. That's not a good shot. Okay, that's looking into the city. Yeah, we're way past that. That's not a good shot. That could be a good shot. Too far away. Look at the towers. Sad. Oh, look at this. Look at all the boats parked. Now imagine all those boats going back home. at one time. It was insane. It was seriously insane. Now, somewhere in that picture is us. Somewhere in there is us. But my dad's boat was pretty big. So we were like on this side. We were somewhere in here. You see all the boats though? See now, we were in this fucking area behind them. That's where we were. Right in that fucking general area. Look at all the fucking boats. Look at that. I'll never forget it. Never. Yeah, it was wicked. It was really wicked. But you get the idea. And it was so bad. It was so bad at night going with all those boats home. It was bad. And it's not a, it normally takes 45 minutes to get from City Island to the Battery. Maybe an hour. This shit took almost 3 hours. Cause it was madness. It was madness. Now, to give you some perspective of what this was like. So you had to travel from the Battery this is the Battery down here. And there's the statue. And everybody's parked all over here. Because the police, the barges, the firework barges were out here. They wouldn't allow you. We had to go home through here. Up through here. And remember, the water's bouncing from all the waves on both sides. It's insane. And then take the East River. Go past Rikers. Past the Whitestone Bridge, which is here. Past the Throgs Neck Bridge. And up to City Island. So we had to do all that shit at night in madness. To the marina, which is right. Which one was it? Yes, it was the marina here. Yep, that's the marina. That one. It was fucking madness. When I got on that deck, my father had his boat parked in one of these slips. I think it was this one. And it was one of these that go in this way. I swear I kissed the dock. I kissed the dock. To be on, even if it was just a dock, I still felt like it was solid fucking ground. Just to get off that boat. I lived on that boat all that summer. The entire summer. Went to work with my father in the morning, came back. Left a little early. Let the workers work, and we get the boat prepped to go fishing. But that, I'll never forget that. Never. So it was bad. We have fireworks over here at the Ohio every year, and they are off the hook. It's crazy, crazy fun, good times. I've definitely done boats a few years now that I live by a river. It can be super awesome time as long as you don't have to rush. Hell yeah. Exactly, the wakes. What? I'm not coming there. Now, the reason we left is because there was a sick baby. I told my father, don't go anywhere. Wait an hour. Let all the maniacs go. Then he they made a big scene, in down below. Oh, the baby's sick. We got to get to the hospital with the baby. They made it like an emergency. Listen, we all could have died. You're putting everybody at jeopardy. You're telling me we can't wait an extra hour? Like, of course the baby's sick. There's waves going all over the fucking place. The baby was seasick. But could we not wait an hour? It's seasickness. Now we're talking an infant, months old. Stupid move to begin with. So there was a lot of stupidity going on because they wanted to go. When there's a big event, oh, let's go. Let's go to the Bowery. It's 4th of July. Let's go. Everything was great. Enjoying the fun until that shit started. Now you all want to just go and all that. And that decision was made. But I told my father, let's not do this. This is very dangerous. And he knew it. But his wife, my stepmother, and her sister, who the baby, and her husband were insistent that we have to leave right away. Stupid. Exactly. And this boat could sleep 7, 8, 9 people easy. Full kitchen. Like, this was a major boat. This is not... It had a fucking living room. It had a living room. And then you step down... A few steps. You had a dining room table. You had a stove. I mean, this thing like a house. It was like a fucking houseboat. But it was a cruiser. A full bathroom, heated water because it has tanks that you fill up with the water at the dock. This was a fucking official boat. So it's not like people were not they were not uncomfortable because there was plenty of places to make yourself comfortable. It's just the waves. That was it. But I never want to go through that shit again in my life. They did make it into a life-death scenario. It jeopardized everyone that was on that boat. And pushing my father to do it. Pushing. Like they couldn't get... The answer could not be no, we're not going anywhere. No, they kept insisting like people do. And he gave in. Because how the women got all hysterical. It was ridiculous. And that was 1986. And I'm a teenager. I'm a young teenager. I mean, very young. And here he's not going to listen to a kid. But he knows I know boat. I grew up on a boat. He knows he knows I'm telling him what's right to do. I spent my whole life on a boat growing up. I know the water. I know the weather. That's another thing, how I got into the weather. Because I would tell my father, and my mother, I could call my mother in this room right now and she'll tell you, Dad, there's storms coming on the way. We should head back to the marina. Because I was good at gauging the weather and seeing storm fronts coming toward us. Because though you're in the sound and it could be like flat, when those storms come through, that water's going 3-4 feet easy with waves. Easy. With the wind, you don't mess around on that water. And it's even coming over the radio. And my mother could tell you how many times, and you know how many times I did that and he listened, got back to the dock and it started to thunder and pour and got nasty. My mother could tell you. That's how it started with me with the weather. On the boat. I got really good. Because you could tell when it's coming at you. The dark skies start getting closer. It's time to get out. It's coming toward us. And you don't want to wait till it hits. Or when it happens, it's too late. One time my father had a problem starting the engine. Thank God we were anchored. We were actually, Mom probably remembers, we were drifting fishing, because you drift. You just don't stay anchored for fishing. You drift. And he couldn't start the motor. We were starting to get way too close to the fucking lighthouse. And then he threw the anchor in and caught. Thank God it caught, because we would have been smashed on the rocks of the lighthouse. Mom probably remembers that one. And my uncle had to come out to tow us back to the marina. She definitely remembers that one, because that was scary. So this shit happens on the water. I seen, when I was a little kid, single digits. Same place where you just saw on the map, City Island. There was one of those oil barges, you know, the big square ones that are long. Those are oil barges. And 4 guys on a fucking rowboat. On a rowboat. And the barge is going right toward them. Now the barge, it's momentum. And now even the tugboats that are pushing it, they could try to slow it down, but there's a lot of weight there. The momentum is going to keep it moving forward. Well, those guys didn't have a chance. Do you know what that was like to see that as a little kid? How traumatic that was? To see that happen? Like, oh my God, they just got killed. The barge just went over them. They had no chance. That was horrible. And they rented those boats in City Island. Some had motors and some with the oars. These idiots are in the middle of the sound with the traffic on a rowboat. You can't be out in the middle with a rowboat. You got to stay close to shore and fish. What are they doing in the middle with a rowboat? But you have people that they're not licensed. They may not have had no skills. Maybe that was the first time they ever was on a boat. Another time, my friend that lived around the corner from me, and this is, I bet you this article I could find. They were filling their boat with gas, and it blew up. His father died. That was in the 80s. At City Island. Now, I don't know if I could find that, but I'll never forget that. I know the last name, too, of the family. I put the last name in. Oh, that's way too recent. See, because it's so old, these articles, because they were in the print, not in the paper. You know what I mean? Maybe I should take his last name out. Something bad happened last year. So those are the dates that are coming on. Let me take the last name out. Nah, see, this is too new. But that's another true story. But it happened so long ago. Father dies, City Island boat. It's all referring to that something happened bad last year. I put 19 and nah, there's no article. Mom would remember though. So much for articles. But yeah, that was bad. And then the kid that lived right across the street from him, his father died scuba diving accident from the Bends. Young. What is that when they come up too soon? What's that called? I can't remember what that's called. When the divers come up too quick. Well, that's what happened to him. Young. I'm talking, we were little kids. His father was young, in his 20s. I gotta find out this term because it's gonna drive me nuts. Decompression. That's it. That's it. And he died from it. Horrible. I was on TV. So he died in 1976. And he lived right up the block from me. It's where he grew up. Do you know what? It could be, this would be fucking freaky if I find this. I highly doubt it. But it would be a YouTube video. Because it was Eyewitness News where John Johnson came to the house. No way. Eyewitness News, John Johnson. I can't, I'll never forget I met him. But it's not going to happen. So I'm going to look up for his Bronx home. They don't have it. Not on YouTube. He was murdered in Hollywood. Copy. But let me see if there's a picture of the White House. Because it doesn't exist today. Oh. Outside his house. Doesn't show the house though. But that was in front of my house. Oh my God, there's my street. Oh shit. Mom would flip out if she seen this. Okay, that's the corner. I lived on that block, Winter Place. He lived on the corner house. That's Sal Mineo. He lived in the corner White House. That's facing toward the Whitestone Bridge. That's the service road, the highways on the left of that picture. If that house almost looks kind of the same today. But he lived in the house on the corner, big white house. I lived a few houses down Winter Place. Sal Mineo. So when he died, they murdered him in Hollywood. The news came, because he died in, like I said, Hollywood. But the news came to my house and filmed the house where he grew up. This is, they were saying this is the home of Sal Mineo. So we were very little. This was like in the 70s. I'm a little kid. So he tells me and my brother, I want you to run up the sidewalk and then run into his front door. So they wanted us to show where he lived. So they had the two of us run into his front door and out of view. I guess he was saying, and that's what's up. They staged it. But I'll never forget it. Never. And I don't think they have a picture of the house. But still crazy. No. I don't know what the fuck they're showing all these other houses. So yeah, Sal Mineo. I've seen all kinds of crazy things in the city, I'll tell you that. Yeah, that's a true story. And my mother doesn't, I don't know if she remember this. It was a Wednesday. And we didn't go to school because Mom was taking my brother and I to the doctor. So we're playing in front of the house. Right near Sal Mineo's house, there was the cops were chasing another car. And we heard the shots. And we were like, what the hell happened? So my brother and I, nosy little kids that we were, ran up to the car. The police car's behind it. It's pulled to the side of the road. It was a bank robbery in something there, Rosedale. And they shot them. And we saw the big sack of money in the back seat. And the guys in the front were deceased. Shot by the cops. Can you imagine that? True story. We didn't really understand what the hell was going on. You know, like we were very little, but we seen it. I'll never forget seeing the. I don't know if it was gray, but it was a big sack of money in the back seat and the two guys in the front. That's something that stays, no matter how old you are. And then there's my skateboard incident. That was horrific. Near a Howard Johnson's, near Ferry Point Park. Right across from the Whitestone Drive-In on the other side. People used to go to the Howard Johnson's before, after the drive-in movie. We lived right there on Winter Place. So we would skateboard on the sidewalks that were all grown in with weeds. Not by our house, but by Howard Johnson's. It was all fucking grown in. You could barely see where you were skateboarding. And it's not a populated area back then at all. And let's just say my skateboard hit a bag where the police had to come. It was a body. And it spilled out the fucking bag when I hit it with my skateboard. Mom can tell you that story. I called my mother right away with a dime in Howard Johnson's. Ma, I think I found a dead body. She goes, what? She called the police immediately and told them to go to Howard Johnson's because we were in Howard Johnson's. And then we showed the cops because my little brother was with me. And I don't even want to describe to you what I seen. It was beyond anything I've ever seen him, never. And that's a true story too. So yeah, I witnessed a few things. Now, I don't know. Google Earth would go far back that time because it has the timelines to see if it shows Howard Johnson. Then they built a roller rink there, Stars. Then they knocked down Howard Johnson's and made a Wendy's or a Burger King. I don't remember which one was first. But the Whitestone Drive-In was right on the other side. It was in the Bronx. Mom can tell you. So we were... Okay, right. Let me see where I am. Pelham Bay Park, so I'm over here. Where we used to live. On the other side, right in there. So the Howard Johnson's years ago. See this building here? This was the Whitestone Drive-In. The screen was right about there. And you see this bend? Howard Johnson's was right about here. It's a Home Depot now. This is Scanlon High School. Yep, Scanlon. This they built recently, a Target. When I was a kid, this wasn't there. This was all woods where we used to go to the creek. That's what we called it. Hang out by the creek. These houses were not there. These houses were here. Half of these houses was here. This was not there. This was all woods. UPS eventually came in. I used to drive, this true story, the Caterpillar. I don't know if it's still Caterpillar. Oh, there's the Caterpillar sign. My friend had a house which no longer exists. It used to be right here, my friend's house. And we used to walk from his backyard and follow along the back. And we used to be able to come in here where the Caterpillar trucks are. And they'd have the keys in them. It was open in the back. Now it's probably all fenced off, but it was not back then. We could just walk from the back, walking along the river's edge, and get in the back. The keys are in them, start them up. But this is where my house was. It was not developed like this. It was all woods. It was beautiful. It was our neighborhood. There wasn't many houses. Not like it is now. This shit was not all here. The hotel was. That used to be a hotel. I don't know if it's a hotel anymore. Still looks like the Capri. So that exists. This building was always there. This wasn't until they built it. But it was not anything like this. So Sal Minio's house was right on this corner. Right there. I once, true story again, we used to play stickball, punch ball, everything in front of my house. And near the pole, we spray painted first base. There's a sewer. I can remember the street, you know. I used to open that sewer for the summer. Oh my God. You see that pole? It's right across the street from my house. Yep, that's the pole. There should be a sewer behind us. If it's still there. Come on, turn around. There should be a sewer right behind this picture. The man that lived in the house was so creepy. Okay, let me see. Come on, Bill. You're fucking up here. Oh, there's the sewer. There it is. Right there. So, that was first base. The sewer was home. That was first base. Then there's another sewer a little bit further. So we had all the bases. One day, I was running from home, the sewer to first base, and I tried to step away from the person to get to first base, and I hit that pole dead on, and I was unconscious. They had to carry me into the house. I remember waking up in the house, and that was my house, right here. That was my house. See this fence? It still exists to this fucking day. That's how I got cut on my arm right here. And on my leg, it happened on this fucking fence. I was standing on this fence toward my backyard, holding the side of the house. I slipped and my foot got caught in the two things on the fence. They had to lift my leg up because I was little and take me to the hospital for stitches. Right there. This didn't exist. That was my friend's house right here. He became an actor in Hollywood. This was the creepy old man's house that lived next door to me. True story here. Someone got murdered with an axe in that backyard. And in my house, when my mother and father bought it, she could tell you. The kid died from leukemia in the father's arms. So you see the attic? Well, they're in the house. See that window? That window led to the stairs going downstairs. I know exactly because it's my old house. The front was my mother and father's bedroom. But toward the back of the house, there's a bathroom in the back. And the opening to get to the attic was there. But you had to get a ladder to get up there. So, where's the other sewer? Right there. There's the other sewer. Right there. I had a basketball thing here. But they were all new poles. And I had one on this pole, but you probably couldn't tell. That looks like the original fucking pole, too. That building wasn't there. It was all open. It was fucking beautiful. But we found all of the kids' toys in the attic. And it was like a gold mine for me and my brother. until this is when we like first looked at the attic. My father said, "Look around, see what else you see." Toward the front, and I didn't understand it as a kid. There were black candles with a book that black magic. I could call my mother in the room right now. They got rid of it. They didn't let us touch it. I said, "There's a book here, and there's black candles." That fucking house was haunted. You know how many times my mother and I ran up the stairs hearing noises in the fucking basement? My cousin almost died from a heart attack. That neighbor that lived in the house next door used to come up. "What's going on? What's going on? What's the matter?" That was when my parents divorced. That shit was crazy. So let's see if they go back in time. There used to be a big warehouse with a big parking lot in front of my house. And that's where I learned how to play sports. I used to pitch against the wall every day in a box. And we used to play stickball in that parking lot. All kinds of sports in that parking lot. But that's how I got into sports. What else would we do? Play outside every day. Every day. That house didn't exist. This one? That didn't exist. Which is the timeline? Where's the fucking there we go. I highly doubt this is gonna go back in time too much. Really? Really? Maybe we need to exit. This wasn't here. This wasn't here. This wasn't here. Wow, they got a big fucking pool back there. This was all woods. This was a little place that I used to work in. My first job was in a building, Earth Bank. And they owned this, and they used to like landfill and all that kind of shit. It was called Earth Bank. It's my first job. I used to do their paperwork and sort it out for them, all their accounts. Fucking Earth Bank. Let's see. 16. Where is it? I don't know if it's gonna work. Okay, here we go. Where am I? Okay. Okay. That's better. But that's still too new because this wasn't here. But see the factory that used to be there? See the parking lot in front of the house now? We used to throw against that wall. I probably got so many balls up here. But still, we can't go back far enough. It's not going to happen. That's Franklin Stores. Those were all the trucks. So, see, all this was woods. All woods. We fucking dominated. We loved it. It was so awesome. Go to the creek, hang out by the water. And that's as old as we're going to get. There weren't many houses. It wasn't developed. See, even in this picture, it's not too bad. See, the woods kind of doesn't look like woods anymore. But that was the big parking lot. And see, no houses. This was always there. UPS came in when I was living there. This was there, and the hotel. That's it. And then I had a few friends that lived in these houses. One here and one there. There's that house I was talking about. And then there was a thing here we used to hang out. It's like a ledge. You wouldn't know that existed there. It's actually sewer lines. The water came out of there. Fucking, that's where we would hang out, sitting on top of it. See it? there. So we pretty much controlled this area as kids. There wasn't many kids in the neighborhood. But then there was a sunken boat out here. I don't know if it's still there. There was a boat out there that sank years ago. It's probably still fucking there to pieces. There's no way to tell. Westchester Creek. Oh, you can maybe see it. I think this is it right here. Because we could see it from my buddy's backyard. There's no way we're going to get in there. No way. It's amazing how they destroyed this neighborhood. Destroyed it. This was all dirt when I was young. My friend lived in that house at the end. What a difference. So, when you think of the Bronx and other places in the city, there's a lot of places that were not populated. You would think it's the city, there's houses everywhere. No. Where I grew up, there weren't many houses at all. It was yet to be developed. And like I said, it was great as kids. It was a lot of fun. Because like I said, we had woods. We had a big park. Motorcycles on the other side, they had a big, for model planes, they had a airstrip. So we just used to watch them because we were little. And we used to watch them with their big planes taking off, landing. There was an actual airstrip for people that had the model airplanes. And then there was an area next to it where you could take your dirt bike and jump over mounds. And then it became eventually Trump Links, which is no longer Trump Links. So much has changed. Think about it. Every day we would be outside playing. Playing. Not inside playing video games or watching TV. You know, this is a long time ago. We were outside playing with our friends every day. Even in the snow, snowball fights and building fucking, we used to like build, cause you see that big parking lot? They used to come with the bulldozers and we used to make tunnels in between them when they used to make the piles. We had a lot of fun, even in the winter. So yeah, thank God for that. Like my high school didn't have no fences around it. And it's too bad Mike doesn't call. Mochi's probably off tonight. They could tell you. They put the fence around the school by the cello, not the, my God, what was it? In the back. We had a name for it. To stop us. But we had the key. The master key from the music teacher. We could dip in any room. The terrace. That's what it was. The back terrace. There was no gates. They tried to stop us. They even went over like in a movie, Fast Times at Ridgemont. We're gonna find you. We're gonna get you. We're gonna catch you. They could never catch us. How could they? We had the keys to the master key to go dip in any empty room because it was the music room area. What? No. Oh, in high school. I'm talking about when we were in high school and how Miss Ingerman, we had the master key where we can go in any room and they would try, like, if they thought we were cutting out of class, like in the hallways, because we'd be outside. So we had the key to go into any room. One room was called Hawaii because the heat was always on all year round. We called it Hawaii. Like I said, it's too bad Mike didn't call because he knows. We called it Hawaii. The heat was on, whether it was summer, spring, winter. The heat was always on in that room. Sometimes we'd go into the auditorium. Nobody's in the auditorium. And our auditorium was big. And in the back, they had curtains to open up the back section. We'd be behind the curtains. Nobody would even know we're fucking there. We knew everything we needed to know. So, like I said, we had a lot of fun. So much fun. And my friends will tell you. Don't take my word for it. Just ask them. Our lives was like Fast Times Ridgemont High, Animal House, The Breakfast Club, all wrapped into one. It's like that. And we lived it. And it was adventurous at times. It was crazy at times. It was like, if we made a movie about it, it'd be insane. Some of the things we did. Mike and I rode a boat from the back of Pelham Bay Park near City Island, all the way that area I just showed you, past the Throgs Neck Bridge, past the Whitestone Bridge, and parked at Ferry Point Park with my father's dinghy from his big boat. He let us use it to do this, which we sprung a leak in 100 feet of water, and we've got a couple of 8-packs of nips, little beers, some other stuff. One is rowing, one is pumping to keep the fucking thing floating at night and doing this so the big boats would see us. But we're still hugging the land. We ended up surviving with that raft all the way around because it was a slow leak. It wasn't like a big hole. Slow leak, but it's still a leak. That was modern day Tom Sawyer shit. Very ballsy what we did. And he'll never forget that. Then, all our friends are hanging out on the strip. There's like fucking dirty cars parked. It's all our friends. Both sides. There was an empty spot. And what we did, they saw us walking out of the woods at 1 o'clock in the fucking morning. Because it took us hours to get this done. We didn't think it would take that long. 1 o'clock in the morning, we got, well, the boat, the dinghy's over our heads. We're walking out of the fucking woods in that spot I showed you, that where the sewer was. That's where we came in, right there, to cut to the road where they're all hanging out. They were like, "What the fuck? Look at them!" And then we had the balls to park the dinghy in between, like a parking spot in between two cars. Everybody was dying. They couldn't believe what just happened. These two fucking nut jobs just threw the boat, the dinghy, like if it's a car, and they parked it. And they just came out of the woods at 1 o'clock in the morning. Then we told them the whole story. So that was the big story of the night. And immediately getting to the cars, "You guys want a beer?" You know. Those were the fucking days. Another weird true story. In his old T-tops, we had him off. It was summer. We're listening, and he will tell you this is a true story. It's crazy. You can't make this up. We're listening to Fly By Night, Rush song. The cover has an owl on it, okay? A white snow owl. A fucking white owl comes right over the car, right over us, goes past us, flies back and goes over us, back over the car and then to the woods. That was, I've never seen the owls before, and I never saw them after, but that's a true fucking story. I'm calling him. I'm not going to say a word. I'm going to say, "Mike, if he picks up, tell them about the owls." Oh, the owl at Ferry Point. Let's see. Hope he picks up. Because we were in his car. Well, come on, you're not working. He took off the whole week. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Mochi wasn't there. It was just me and Mike. It was just us two. Our friend Mochi, who was 6, he's a big guy. Big guy. Some asshole punched him. Mochi looked at the guy and went, boom! The guy went right down. I was like, oh shit. I'll never forget that one with us hanging out. We were crazy back then. I used to be a stuntman. They could tell you. They thought I was nuts. I would never repeat what I did involving a vehicle. Doing 80 on top of a car. Around a corner. With the strip we do 80, not around that corner. Bill the stuntman. These are just some examples of the crazy shit. He knows. Because he was there all the time too. He was part of the clique. We were part of the big clique. There had to be, on a good weekend night, 50 of us, at least, in different cars, parked both sides, groups. Everybody, let's go to Ferry Point from Pelham Bay. At least 50 deep. And the cops used to come by slowly, make sure everything is good. We weren't barring nobody. It's all industrial back there. It's only factories. We're not bothering anybody. They actually told us to go there. They kicked us out of Pelham Bay Park and told us to go to Ferry. That was that Giuliani years? I'm telling you, you could never get away with that shit today. Never. It was unbelievable, the relationship we had with the police. It was respect. And they didn't bother us. The whole time, not one fucking time. There was one time in Pelham Bay that, because they didn't like this. And it wasn't us, but there was a car like next to us. The asshole is drinking the beer like in front of the cops. That's the one thing they told us. We don't want to see it. If we see it, you're going to have problems. So every time the cops came, we would put the beers down. And they knew. But we're showing them respect. Because they told us that. But one time, a guy's drinking his beer like it's fucking nothing. The cops going by. They got out of their car with their nightstick and busted all the beer on the fucking... Anywhere they saw a beer, they busted them all. That was the one time. And that happened at Pelham Bay, not at Ferry. And Mike told you, if you heard him, I used to work in a bowling alley. And I had the owner gave me the old pins. When they're chipped, all the balls get chipped, he gave them to me. Take them. And we would bowl on the street. Spray the marks for where the pins go. Bowl right on the fucking street. Against the curb. Because it was a very wide street. And the cops one time got out of the car, hung out with us, and bowled with us. He remembers that story. It was fucking cool as fuck. They're hanging out. And we're all like getting a kick out of it. Like, oh shit, check this out. They're hanging out bowling with us. I don't think that would ever happen again. And it was right there in Ferry Point Park. There's so many stories. But we never had a confrontation, never had an issue with the police, ever. except that one time when they broke the beers. So, a lot of fun. A lot of fun. When I used to ride my bicycle before the car thing, I'd ride my 10-speed and get home like at 2 o'clock in the morning on a fucking bicycle. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. There's some stories with the bikes themselves. Oh, my God. I won't even repeat that. It was crazy. My friend got hit by a car. I told him, get the fuck back on the bike. Let's go. He had cracked ribs. Oh, my God. He remembers that story if he ever... He got hit by the car. We were wasted. Wasted. And I didn't want to stay because we were wasted. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's get on your bike. And we were not close to home. A few miles on a bike. And he rode that bike like that. And ended up building, I went to the hospital because we lived in the same place. Same house, building. And he lived on the 5th floor. I lived on the 3rd. And it was a 5-story apartment building. And he told me the next day, do you know I went to the hospital and I had cracked ribs? So, fuck. I didn't know. How could I know? That was a crazy situation. So it's stories like that, and there's a ton of them. Ton. I got into a car accident right at the corner of my house. Somebody ran the stop sign, and you know when they say your life flashes in front of you? That's what happened to me. The car just got, I was literally like 10 feet from getting through the fucking intersection, and this car just comes right in front of me, and I'm like, everything was like in slow motion. That was not good. So, like I said, there's a ton. The sad thing was 9/11. My father was on his boat in City Island. He could see the smoke. He calls me on the phone. I went to the roof of that building, 5 stories, and I could see the fucking smoke from the first hit. Because I was watching TV, I'll never forget it, in the morning. And they said a plane hit the building. I'm like, what the fuck? So I ran up to the roof to see. And I could see the smoke. I can't see the building. I'm in the Bronx. This is the other side of Manhattan. But I could see the smoke. I'm like, oh my God. So then my instinct is like, Mom, she's working in the city on 88th Street. That was her route. I'm like, oh God. I was going to call her. It's, Mom, do you know there's an accident at the World Trade? So at that point, I went to the deli and I bought a sandwich. A ham and Swiss sandwich with lettuce, tomato. It was my favorite. Mustard with salt and pepper vinegar, oil. I went back to the house. I'm watching TV again. And then the other one. And then we all knew. That's when panic ensued for me. Because now everybody's trying to get the hell out of New York City. They're going over bridges. They're walking over all the bridges to get out. Brooklyn Bridge. The one that I was going to get my mother at. 3rd Avenue Bridge. Willis Avenue Bridge in the Bronx. It goes from Manhattan to the Bronx. Because now I'm trying to think of a game plan. How am I going to get my mother home? How am I going to find her in the car? Where am I going to park? Because everybody's thinking the same thing. The Exodus. You're talking thousands and thousands of people are trying to get off the fucking island of Manhattan to go home. So in the afternoon at about 4:20, if I remember, like anywhere like from 4 to 4:30, they started the trains from 86th Street going north. Well, guess where my mother works? 86th Street.
Yeah,
What's up?
bro. Just a little bit.
Did you fuck around with the computer at all?
Not yet. I'm going to do that right now.
Here. Save me half.
I'm just gonna
Keep it down.
I'm gonna do a little bit here. Shit, ice cold, bro. Let me get a jacket.
So, thank God the trains were back in service going into the Bronx, and the mom got home. The guy that lived across the street from me, that I went to high school with, and he just started not long before in the Port Authority. We call him Mimo, Italian. He died in the tower, and they made that movie with Nicolas Cage. He was a character in that fucking movie. They made him look so bad in that movie, and that was not the way he was as a person. His parents were furious. I cannot tell you how messed up we were all pissed off about what they did in that movie. Because that was not like him. He was a very quiet, well-spoken, humble, caring person. And in the movie, they made him look like he lost his fucking mind. I didn't drink at all. I'm thinking about all the stories in New York City. Let me see. Mimo. I don't remember how to spell his name. That's him. That's him. He had a black car and he loved to keep it clean. He was only on tour for a year and 1 month. So this is him. And over here, maybe in Wikipedia it tells more information, but we call him Mimo. Dominic Pizzulo. He was attempting to rescue the victims trapped in the World Trade Center. As the South Tower collapsed, Officer Pizzulo and 7 other officers quickly ran into the building's elevator shaft. Only Officer Pizzulo and 2 other officers survived the initial collapse. But soon afterward, Officer Pizzulo was struck by falling debris. The 2 officers that survived he said, "Just remember me, I died trying to save you guys." Those were his last words. Then he fired a single shot into the air, trying to let others know where his friends were, and then he died. In the movie, it's different. It was a disgrace. A fucking disgrace. Early life. Lehman High School, I bet. Yep. Attending Herbert Lehman High School. That's the high school we went to. They knew each other from the neighborhood school. Yes, she lived a few blocks away. I'm trying to see if they mention anything else. Oh, there it is. His nickname was Mimo. Right there. His nickname was Mimo. A hero. A freaking hero. See? So, it definitely affected me directly. I lost a friend. My buddy that lived right across the street from me. that I went to school with. And he was such a great guy. Before he was in the Port Authority, he was working, I think, at the airport as a mechanic, doing maintenance for planes. He played trumpet right next to me in high school. That's how I met him, through the music. So, other family members came home full of the dust, in shock.
What are you doing?
Nothing, just bullshitting.
Huh?
Just bullshitting, live streaming, waiting to see if I see anything on the screen.
Oh,
Aurora.
cool.
Just go quick.
Can I ask you again?
About what?
What are you doing?
Stop. Did you eat?
No, bro. I'm gonna eat now.
Oh, God. Just don't eat the shrimps.
I'm gonna go for it anyways.
You've been having a problem with your fucking stomach and all that. You're going to eat something that might give you food poisoning?
That's a bad idea.
Allergies? I don't think so. That's a bad idea. That's a really bad idea. So, one person worked in a parking garage right next to the Trade Center and was completely filled in that white dust. And yes, he's got all kinds of illnesses today. Another person, my mother's friend's brother, worked at the Marriott and was there. Now, it's bad enough that what happened with the buildings, but there's even like Michael. I don't know if he's still here in chat. He was down there with the fire department. They came in from everywhere. But by family members telling me, the one thing that they'll never forget is the people that were in the towers that jumped and hearing them scream and then hearing as they hit the ground. Can you fucking imagine that? Because there were people jumping out of the top floors. Some on glass plated. Right. It's unbelievable. It just gets me freaked out when I start thinking about that. It was not a good experience. And I'll never forget that day. Never. 9/11, I'll never forget it. Because like I said, it affected me directly. I think everybody that lived in the city knew someone who lost someone or died from disease afterward, related to all the shit that happened down there. So many of us were affected in the city by that. So that was one of those moments I'll never forget. I actually bought chemical hazmat suits. And I bought my mother a gas mask. She could tell you, to take with her on the train to work in Manhattan after. Because there was also the threat that there could be some kind of an attack in the subways. And the city was on high alert like for fucking a long time. George Washington Bridge, Empire State Building. I mean, everything was on like alert. But then what happens a few months later? Does anybody remember what happens a couple of months after 9/11? This is what happened. If you don't remember, let's see if anybody does. Yes, exactly. And he didn't shoot himself in the movie. He shot in the air so they could find the others before he died. He shot in the air, not at himself. That's why the movie got everybody so pissed. I'm telling you, we were fucking livid. Livid, because that was not the facts. So what happened a few months after 9/11 in New York City? This happened. Oh, fuck. It's the Times. They want me to pay. They can go somewhere else. I found the article, but I want to. It might be on YouTube. So, this happened. I don't know if there's a video associated with it. I'm shocked. Oh, that's 22 years old. I don't know that. Remember, this is back. So this was the explanation that it hit. Okay. So on November okay. Let me not play that one. Because I will get too emotional on it. November. A lot of people don't remember this. I'm just surprised I'm not finding like the footage because it was a big fucking deal. Okay, that's not a good one. I'll just maybe go with this. Okay. So this happened. A plane going to the Dominican Republic took off from JFK in November of 2001, just a couple of months after 9/11, and crashed into this Queens neighborhood. You could almost say Brooklyn. Remember, this is just a couple of months after 9/11. With over 200 people on board. And they all perished, obviously. Can you imagine how this unnerved the city after 9/11? People forget about this one. I don't forget about this one. Now, they say it got caught in the wash of the plane in front, lost control, and went straight down. That was what they said happened. And it just went right down. It was going up, hit it, some wash from the plane before it, and went right down. With over I think it was 240 something. A lot of people were on board this plane heading to the Dominican Republic. It was horrible. So the city had to deal with this. This is in a densely populated area. And like I said, with all those people on board. Look at the engines. They're in neighborhoods. So this was a horrific thing the city had to deal with at the same time. Horrible. Just horrible. But that's the one that people don't remember, that one. We do. Well, people that live in the city do. So imagine that. Do you realize right away everybody's thinking that's another terrorist act? People were freaking out. It was pilot error. At least that's what they say, because remember, there are cases, and this is the one that gets me all the fucking time. If I want to call conspiracy on one thing, just one thing that I think there is a lot of evidence contrary to support the conspiracy theory, is this one. Tragical mechanical hair. That is that one. This one. Flight TWA 800 off of Long Island. All 230 people on board. It was headed to France. Also took off from JFK. See? From JFK heading to Paris. See, I this one I remember. But here's the problem. They had 2 hearings on this. Not one witness testimony was admitted in court. Not one. There were hundreds of witnesses that seen a projectile, supposedly a projectile going toward the plane. They said it had to do something with the fuel line, or what was the explanation? Something about a leak? The center fuel tank explosion you guys never had occurred. An errant missile fired by our or some other nation's military. So, because a lot of people, over 100 people, said it was caused, here we go, the explosion that occurred was in the center wing fuel tank and was not from anything external. The NTSB was never able to pinpoint the precise cause, but it was clear that was from within the tank. But yet, if you go here, hundreds witnesses, projectile TWA 800. They interviewed 670 eyewitnesses. Described a rising streak of light culminating into an airborne explosion. And the thing that's crazy is, none of the witness testimony. Here we go. The flight. So they never allowed the witnesses to go into the hearings and testify, or their witness accounts. Oh, look. All disagree. Here's the witnesses. All disagree with the official crash scenario, and none were allowed to testify at either of the 2 NTSB public hearings on the crash. What? Nobody was allowed to testify? I gotta bookmark this. So that's the one. That's the one that drives me nuts. Because I know there was over 100 that said they seen a projectile going up toward the plane before it exploded. But not one of them was allowed to go and testify in a hearing. Does that make sense? Think about that one. You want to talk about a conspiracy that has some teeth? That one does to me, in my opinion. Over 100 people seen something going up into the sky and then the explosion. But in the 2 hearings, because there was another one in the 2000s, early 2000s, none of them were allowed to testify, witness testimony. In what kind of hearing do we have that there's no witnesses allowed? Because it would contradict their conclusion to the crash. To the explosion. And they didn't want the contrary. They didn't want an opposing eyewitness testimony saying they seen a projectile. So, because how do you explain over 100 people seeing something going up toward the plane and tell them what? They're all delusional? Mass hallucination? Everybody from different places that seen something going up from different areas? They weren't all in a group. They were in different areas seeing something going up toward the plane. So everybody made it up? From all these different points of view? People on the beach, people from their house. What the fuck? So that's the one that bothers me beyond. It drives me nuts. Because if anything, they came out with that. And the thing that gets me is they didn't allow the testimony. They did not, in the 2 hearings, they didn't allow any of the witness testimony. What kind of fucking hearing is that? You know what I mean? Something ain't right. So that's the one that gets me. Then don't get me started on Building 7. That was not even near, and that somehow went down too. And the things that were inside that building. Don't even get me started with that one. But this one takes the cake for me. That one of all things, that's the one that drives me crazy to this day. And it's just been a couple of years ago, it was in a hangar, and they got rid of all the debris from that wreckage. Maybe 2-3 years ago, it's gone. It's no longer in a hangar. It's gone. And I think it happened like 2 years ago. Let's see. Hangar debris TWA 800. Let's see what it says. Here it is. This what date? What's the date on this? July 7, 2021. I said a couple of years ago. It's gone. It's gone. And that's what they got left of the plane. Now, they look at it, it looks like it's ripped out. But you got to remember, if this cabin fills with fuel and it's exploding, of course it's going to fill inside this and explode outwards, right? Of course it is. It's all that shit is going to go inside and blow outward. But where I'm telling you, this drives me batshit nuts. This really drives me nuts. I get so angry. And that's it. It's gone. And that's all they recovered from that plane. And that's it. So sad. So, like I said, that one. And they actually made documentaries on that from the witnesses' point of view and the family's point of view. Because they didn't buy this excuse, this explanation. There are people today that are still above and beyond angry because of that. They lost family members. And they don't, all the witness testimony, and they're supposed to go along with it was a faulty fuel tank, an internal thing that it blew up the whole plane. Maybe it was. But I still have to question over 100 people seeing a projectile going up toward it. Witness testimony. If it was 1, 5, but over 100, it's a lot of people. Just my opinion. It's a lot of people that's seen it. So, I lean toward over 100 people seeing what they've seen. But, and I think initially, there was a report in Florida. Shit, I don't remember if it was, which case it was, but something happened that they said it was a terrorist act. I don't know if it was the TWA 800 or the one in Queens, but one of them, there was information out there, and then they changed the story. I think it was TWA 800. And then they changed the story because I think Bill Clinton got in. Florida paper terrorist act TWA 800. If I remember right, I'm not sure. See? Look, this is an article. An article from Today's Show. Okay? Former FBI investigated on alleged Flight 800 cover-up. It just didn't happen. A new documentary featuring former investigators from several organizations calling for the NTSB to reopen the investigation. They had a second hearing. Okay. I got to see this. Flight 800 features investigators claiming the government involved ignored or covered up witness accounts and radar evidence of a missile hitting the plane. Eyewitnesses at the time reported seeing a streak that looked like a missile hitting the plane and causing it to explode. See? And this is from today. That's the Today Show icon from years ago. Well, I don't see a date. But don't take my word from it. There's articles on this. This is public domain. And then they, see? Now, who knows if this is still available? See, it's not available anymore. Because it's old. But I'm sure on YouTube, you might be able to find it. So, see, then they said, there is no evidence of anything from the outside penetrating through the tank. No evidence of a bomb inside. Blah, 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 blah. Or you don't see any evidence of a missile impact or missile detonating at close range. They say that what people may have seen may have been an optical illusion. So, they think that the pieces were coming off, and that's the streaks they seen. So, I'm going to go to YouTube and see if this is available. Because I swear I'm curious to see this. I remember there was a doc, but I don't remember seeing it. All right, let's put documentary. Maybe it's not even available. See, official trailer, documentary, follow flight, yeah, on Twitter. Epix presents the world premiere. Could it be on Epix? Epix is gone. It's MGM Plus now. That was in 2013. That has to be it. I wonder if they removed it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of videos based on it, but not that documentary. Because this is the trailer. Okay, let's put 2013. The only one I see is this one. That doesn't look like it's it. So this is something I'm personally going to get involved with and do research. I want to see that. I want to see what the witnesses say. To me, that's, like I said, if one case that really drives me nuts, it's that one. And it's too bad. I think that would be a great thing for a show. Because remember, this happened in the 90s. Mid-90s. So it's like 30 years ago. But I'm sure there's still the investigators around or people that were partook in this. And I would never want to exploit the families to go over their pain again and relive that. But there are certain things that we just can't allow to go away, to be forgotten, and disappear over time. To me, that one is one of them. I'm telling you, that shit bothers me to the core. It really, really, really gets to me. And then they're trying to say people were hallucinating. There was a illusion, an optical illusion. An optical illusion from people from all different angles seeing it, from different points of reference, locations. So everybody's seen an optical illusion from all different types of angles. It was the same optical illusion, right? Or the plane had already exploded and they're seeing stuff. They didn't say it was going away from the explosion. They said it was going toward the plane when it exploded, not the other way around. And there was a person that I spoke to years ago. Then I lost communication. This is a true story. He said that they were coming in. He was on a naval vessel. And they were coming into the port near Montauk. And he said that he told me And I lost contact with this guy after this. He told me that they had seen something go up when that plane exploded. And I think 2 or 3 of them opened their mouths. They were shipped. There were vehicles waiting back where they were living at to take them the fuck out. And they sent them all, they put them in different bases all over the world. They got them as far as they could away from there. He told me that story. That they seen it. Now, I don't know if he was telling me the truth. It's someone telling you a story. Who knows? But I remember that conversation I had with that guy. He said, but they were waiting outside for us. And they escorted us away and they relocated us anywhere but there. I don't know if it was true what he told me. I'm just saying that's what he had told me. Yeah, you don't want people to suffer like that and relive that. No way. But again, if there's one, that's the one that gets me. So far, not much Aurora activity. I don't want to be all gloom and doom all night, but this all got started with the ball rolling with everything else I was talking about. And if I was one of those people that lost a family member on that plane, I would never give up pursuing the truth. At least my perceived truth. My opinionated truth. Especially with, like I said, with the circumstantial evidence of witnesses that were never allowed to testify at a hearing. Go figure with that. That's insane. Like over here, let me just see if I can get something from somebody. I gotta clean this up a second. Over here, you know what's a bad feeling too? When you're driving in your neighborhood and you see flowers at the side of the road or near a telephone pole and you know somebody lost their life there. We have a few of those here, and it's like, every time I see that, it gets to me. click all mail if you can, because then it'll show you everything. Oh boy. I'm close to lighting a fire, but I don't know if I want to light a fire now. What time is it? Wow, it's 11:45 already. It's getting a little chilly in the house. So far, no Aurora activity. God, where's all this mail? Nothing importante. So there's a chance tonight, tomorrow, and Friday night for a G1 class minor storm where there could be Aurora activity. Matter of fact, I'm going to check some other cameras out. But it's late, definitely too late in Finland. Greenland, still maybe a shot. But the weather wasn't good there this earlier. We'll find out. Well, the weather's looking better here, but there's no activity. And the moon is up pain. Let's see. Nope. What time is it there? It's already morning. Sun is up. And there was Aurora there. This is Finland. With the sun, you could see there was Aurora in the sky, but the sun is up. It's 6:46 a.m. over there. That was cloudy earlier. That's why I'm going to do a quick check. Not looking good. This is a nice view. But very bright. The moon. This is the best view we're looking at right now. Out of the cameras I'm checking. Your home feed has expired. What the fuck does that mean? I've never seen that before. That is bizarro. Let's go to history. What the hell is this? It's asking me to sign in. Okay, we're in. Let's try this one. It's nice, but again, no activity on this one. So that one's not too good either. But I'm going to keep checking different locations. I think it's doing it again. Okay, let's see if there's any others. This is the last shot. Nope. That almost looks like a Christmas village. Look at the way it looks. It's all part of the airport, but that's a nice image too. But I think that's the best one. See, the moon is creating issues too. So this is probably the best view that I can find right now. For me, it's been raining. So, yeah, see, but they can't. This is a tricky thing with these cameras. If you go too dark, I mean, they got to keep it a little light. Because if you go too dark, it just looks horrible. So it's tough. The weather's bad here, so it's actually raining. Shit, I gotta do something quick. But yeah, it's not looking too good. But the weird thing about these aurora bursts, it could happen now. It could happen 2 hours from now. I'm not planning to stay up late tonight. But you just never know when it's just going to flare up. Now, what we should do is look at space weather and see if they have the ring. Okay, so now they changed this update. Now they're saying here the most likely one is Friday night. And yeah, the majority of the ring is not even by Churchill right now. The current oval. So this is the current oval right now. Well, Churchill's right fucking there. So that's the forecast. But now over here it's saying the most likely date is January 26th. High latitude sky watch is high latitude. Should be alert for auroras as the weekend approaches. Or more than a dozen M-class eruptions in the past day and a half. There's a 75% chance more. January 24th. Okay, so who knows? But now they're saying Friday night seems to be the night most likely with activity. That's a great site. Space weather, great site. If you're in, yeah, the moon is washing everything out. It happens to me here with the camera. But I have a night filter in that lens, between the lens and the sensor. So that helps me a little bit when the moon is out. But like I said, who knows? It's a beautiful night there. But these clouds are starting to definitely creep into the picture too now. They're coming from the west. So that's a whole different ball game. I want to look at that now. So we got to go all the way up here. This is Churchill. That's where that view is coming from. So you got the clouds coming in from the west. So So they're going across. And you can see they're pretty dense in here. Let's see what this loop does. It's not a steady cloud cover, but there's breaks, but still. Let's see what it does. Yeah, they're coming right in. It's not too bad. This is ice. This is snow on the ground. These are the clouds. But that's actually snow on the ground. Now, this is amazing because it will show the ice formations. But if we go down here and look at the satellite imagery from here, this is the problem that's going on right now. The lakes are not frozen yet. So they can still get lake effect snows. The lakes have yet to freeze. And you don't understand how fucking rare that is for this late in the year. That those lakes are not frozen, don't have a sheet of ice on them. Because those are clouds. The echo on the ground would show the snow. See, those are clouds. You could still see the water, the blue. They're not frozen yet. And of course, the higher the latitude you go, you will see the ice. Especially when you go more north. See it? That's all ice. All this is ice. It's amazing. That's how you can tell. Because if you put it in motion, this shit ain't moving. It's not moving. And you can see, like, right along the shoreline, you get that ice buildup. But let's put it in motion. Let's see. Now that you could see there's some movement in it. Because obviously it's water. But it's just sitting there. And the ice moves. But it's not like when you see the actual clouds coming in. Streaking across. That's how you can tell. And look at the color of this compared to the lakes. This is blue. See how the clouds are going down? This ain't moving. It's fucking ice. And that's way up north. But as you come down, like I said, you don't see it on the lakes. That means the snow, lake effect snows could still happen in places near the lakes. So they're not out of the woods yet for lake effect. Matter of fact, I'm curious. Weather radar. It's too warm. There's not even any real fucking snow anywhere. AccuWeather. Let's look at the radar. It's too warm. It's 36 in Buffalo. That's all rain. Way up north. Rain. The snow's in Canada. It's too warm. It's all rain. This is the Catskills. Higher elevation. That's where Hunter Mountain is. Right in there. So they got ice. That's considered the Catskill region. Monticello's higher elevation too. So actually Hunter is more to the north. And it doesn't even look good. There's Woodstock. Hunter's this way. Shit, I'm trying to even find it. That's going too far. Because when I drive, I go past this Hunter. Yep, that's definitely Hunter. It's raining. Hunter Mountain. That's probably killing them with the fucking ski resort. That is horrific. This is where we go camping, right near Tannersville. That's horrible. So even that high altitude, it's raining. That shit ain't normal. For end of January. That's ski country. And it's going to be 50 here tomorrow. Into the 40s. Then it's going to get a little chilly for a couple of days, then back to the 40s to go into February. It's crazy. I don't even get it. Okay. Let's just give you an idea. The daily high temperatures in January is 36 degrees. Rarely falling below 22 or exceeding 50. Rarely. Historically. That's bullshit. The lowest daily average high temperature is 35 on January 15th. Daily low temperatures decreased by 3 Fahrenheit from 21 to 18 at night. Rarely falling below 1 Fahrenheit or exceeding 35 Fahrenheit. Well, right now we're at 37. So rarely exceeding 35 at night. No, we're at 37 right now. Rarely. The lowest daily average low temperature is 18 Fahrenheit on January 29th. We're not even fucking close to that. So, it's insane how above normal we are. If you look at the chart, it tells you the temperatures. 37, 35, 35. The lows, 18, 18, 21. We haven't seen that in years. In years, that's the average. And then if we go to what's going on so far this year, well, let's take a look. There's a lot of 40s on there. Remember, 35 is normal high. There's a lot of fucking 40s in there. Yeah, there's a couple of the cold ones with this cold Arctic blast. It's going to be 52 tomorrow. 43, 45. So generally, that's way above average. Add up those numbers, get a median. We're warm. And they're already projecting for February. Now look at this. They're expecting some cold, but you can't go based on long range forecasts because it's bullshit. But like I said, in comparison, look at last year, January. Look at this. Just look at last year. 50s, 40s, very few 30s. There's a couple of areas here that it's almost normal, but 40s, 40. This is average. That's good. 40s, above. There's a 59, 52, 48 on New Year's Day for January. Supposed to be 35. That's 13 degrees. And they said above 50 is rare. Well, not here. There's a lot of temperatures 59, almost 60. And like I said, go back 10 years. There's normal. There's normal. Let's go in 2016. Looks a lot more normal to me. Keep going. Starting to see some 40s in there. Even a 50. A couple of 50s. And you don't think this trend stops? That's got a lot of 40s in there and 50s. And this has been the pattern. It's going up. Every year going up. 35 my ass. And that's over the last 9 years. So, yeah, the weather is changing. If I use my snowblower again for a big dump that we had the last time, though it was melted away, in 3 days it was gone. Which is, I've never seen that before. 15 inches of snow is gone 3 days later, completely melted away. When does that ever happen in January? Holy shit. I've never experienced it in my 17 years living here. I've never seen that before. I don't know. It's just weird. And that's all I can go based on. Data, numbers, patterns. Now that's from my area. That doesn't, other areas have different weather that they would have to observe and go based on that. So let's see what next year's heat waves look like. That's what I say. Everything's getting more extreme. Even though we didn't have, thank God, a very bad, or even a bad hurricane season, they sure did in the Pacific with the typhoons. They had monster typhoons. Monster typhoons. I hope that shit doesn't happen this way. They got nailed. Super typhoons in the Pacific. One after the other. Oh, it was bad. So we didn't have a bad hurricane season last year. Thank God. A lot of tornadoes, though. Even up here. And I'm going to do a little check now. It's not the time of year, but that's more to the south. It's quiet now. Australia might see a few storms. it's their summer now. But this will pick up in the spring. The sky is quiet, but I'm starting to see a little green, slightly, on the right side of the screen, if you could see it above me. Little green, but not much. Right in there. There's a little green in there. Nothing to get excited about. Did you see the latest piece? I don't know. No, this was more recent. Let's put past year. No, I can't. Yeah, that'd be better. Okay, where is it? I know there was a big one. I seen it not that long ago. Well, look at this piece. That's not the one, but that one's pretty big. I hope I can find it. Damn, I don't know which one it was. That's not the one. This could be the one. That's one big son of a gun. Okay, this is this last year. And the video is not there. This fucker's on the move too. It broke off years ago. It was stuck in the same spot, but it broke free. Now it's moving into open waters. It's 4 times the size of New York City. The size of fucking Rhode Island. And the sucker's on the move. That's crazy. It was stuck. Oh, there is a little aurora there. I'm seeing it now. But there's one that happened recently. And it finally broke off. I was like, holy shit, this thing is massive. I was like, wow. So there is a slight hint of aurora on the right side. So we shall see. The moon is definitely a problem. But you could see it. I should move the camera this way. It's right in there. So there is a little. But that moon is washing it. It's a nice view, though. I wish it was clear here, but it's way too late anyway. It's 12:20. I'm not staying on much longer. Matter of fact, let me check the emails. So at least Mom has agreed on the paint color for the house. I don't have to fight over that. Oh, man. And it's going to get crazy here in this house soon. Crazy. With the roof and the panels. They have to call me, which they haven't yet. I'm going to look at the app. So we're still on stage 4. Oh, installation scheduled. Okay. We're on stage 4 out of 7 for the solar panels. The first one was the original agreement, going solar, stage 1. Stage 2 was design and engineering complete. Permit received. That was 3. We are now on number 4, installation schedule. They already did the breaker box. The next one is the roof. And then the next one will be the panels. And then there's installation complete, installation inspected, and utility approval solar system activated. Because they have to visually inspect it, approve it, and then the switch goes on. So we're getting close. And maybe tomorrow I'm going to go outside and take before and after pictures, because this place is going to look totally different in a month. Just from everything they're going to do. New roof on this side of the house, not the other side. I told them, don't touch the roof over there, because that's going to get torn up in 2 years to put an extension to the house. Don't, because then I'm going to pay extra money to do a roof that's going to be destroyed. That does not make no sense to me. So leave it alone. And I didn't want to put panels on that roof because I could put panels on any other roof because my house is in a perfect sunspot. But I didn't want no panels there because then you have to pay to take the panels off and then have them put it back on. Just put the panels. 25 panels are going on this roof and the garage. That's it. Don't touch the other roof. They know that. And it's costing me a lot less money to do the roof. Because I'm not doing the whole house roof. And they went with it. If you talk to them and you work with them, you can't be stupid and gullible and just fall for the whole thing. Oh, do the whole roof. For what? Mom's friend is coming to move here in 2 years. And he's going to build an addition in cash, up front, paid out completely. To build an addition, it's going to cost like 70 to 80 grand. Because it's going to cost that much. Because I already did some preliminary contractor contact. What's it going to cost me to do this? Is it costing me cheaper to go out or up? Out. Cheaper. Up, more money. So, I've got the property. Now it's just a matter of when it gets done. So, that's another big project down the line for this house. And I can't. That's where he's going to live. He's going to live in the addition. But boy, oh boy, would I love to build another playroom for Bill. I'm just saying. This doesn't seem to be enough for me. It just isn't. Oh my gosh. I would love to expand even more. Maybe the entire whole side of the house go out. That might be cheaper. Believe it or not. Because then they just got to go out throughout the whole structure. Not cutting like one piece and going out. Just do the whole fucking thing and extend it. Because I've got... Oh, I can't do it. Because of the well. The well's on the side of the garage. They won't... You got to be certain feet away from the well. Everything is codes. It's a pain in the ass, but it is what it is. Can you imagine going up? Then there's stairs involved. I've got enough property to go sideways or back. So we'll deal with that when it happens. But it's going to happen. The Aurora disappeared. I'm going to bed soon. But let me stop sharing the screen for a second. I'm not going to zoom in. Where everybody could see. I know where my house is exactly, so it's not like it's hard to find. I don't have to type it in. Okay, we're getting close. I have found the house. So, all this is getting redone. This side. And the garage. They're not touching this. They are not touching this part. Because this is the side that's going to get ripped up in a couple of years. Now you got to be a certain amount of feet away from the property line. But I've got a lot of fucking room on this side. So the house, and this may not look like much, but that's about 40 feet from the house to the property line. Over here, it's like a football field. It's like a half a football field on the side of my house. So I can definitely build out. The well is here. So they're not going to get close to that well building a foundation on it. So I got to think about this. It's either that or go up. Can I go front? The leach field is here for the septic. It goes underneath the ground to the front of the house. That cannot be touched. The fuck is that? So there's things to deal with when that happens. And there's panels popping up everywhere in the neighborhood. They're popping up all over the fucking place now. So I won't be the only nut job. And I believe me, I'm going to my neighbor's after I get it done. Because my neighbor's going to do his after I do mine. Doesn't look like there's many other people yet. These are old photos though, Google. That's the Hudson River. Doesn't look like many people have them. This isn't, like I said, this is an old image though. There's a few. So that's what I'm dealing with. And the engineers know best. I'm not an engineer, so they know the best way to go about it when that time comes. But this shit's about to get crazy over here in the next few weeks. Anyway. Yeah, it dissipated again. It's there, but it's not like it was. The fuck is that? Nanos cavacavos. The baby. What is my baby doing? He just looks at me with those puppy eyes. Oh. Why? He's right here. Debona. What are you doing? You want to go out? And I shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't he walked away? He don't believe me. He's like, screw you. I'm out of here. He's gone. He just left. Oh no, he's staring at me from over there. Now he's coming back. You can't hear him, but he's watching me and the tail's going like this. And now he's yawning. You just made me yawn. I wish I could pick him up, but he really hates it. I can't get away with it anymore.
Oh.
Why? The one thing about the Huskies, they love to talk. You know. You want to go? To sleep? I'm going to bed. He's going to come, so it's just a matter of time before he makes his way to here and jumps on the leg with his paws. It's just a matter of time. I just got to ignore him. He will not resist. What are you doing? Why? Roman, what's going on? Let's see if this. I'm gonna get off soon because I'm tired, but not much activity. He's giving up. Tycho's giving up too. Come here. He thinks I'm gonna try to pick him up. He don't trust me. Cavacavo. Tycho, what are you doing? Where are you going? You hear him? What are you going? You hear? Why? I got something. He can't eat this. But when he hears me like eating something, his curiosity just can't. He can't give in and resist to the curiosity. Like, what is this? I'm seeing if he falls for it. He's not taking the bait. When the tail, you as well, Roman. You know, cameras. Let's not even start with the weight. Come here. Come over here. If I got up, he's gonna run. Let's just test it. Oh shit! I'm gonna fall. Yeah, I did lose a lot though. It's just on the camera; it doesn't seem that way, but I did over 35. Oh, now he's just chilling out over there. Right there. I say we bother him. That's what I say. Garakaboo. Garak. Easy. Watch, when I walk over, he's going to go on his back. Wait, mate. But then again, he may not trust me right now because I'm acting stupid. Oh. See? He don't trust me already. Garak. Garak. He don't trust me right now for nothing. Wait, where's the glove? Where is the glove? Shit, where is the glove? I don't know where the glove is. Oh, there it is. I got something for the bait. I got something for the bait. I got something for the bait, baby. He's not going for it. He don't trust me right now. He thinks I'm up to no good. He knows. He senses it. He thinks I'm going to try to pick him out. That's what it is. Oh, now you're curious, right? He's gonna make a move. Oh, he went for his bone. Where's the ball? Where's the ball? I got the ball. He hits it back. You see what he does? I shouldn't have fucked with the glove. He's too obsessed with the glove now. He doesn't care about the ball. He knows what's behind me. He doesn't give up either. He knows it's there. He knows it's there. He won't give up. He will not give up. Oh shit, he got it. No, he didn't. Where is it? That's it. Now he's hooked. Ow. Ow, Belle. Oh shit. This is his favorite. But he's too obsessed with the glove now. See, he don't care about that. That's his favorite. He don't care. He wants this. Don't you rip the recliner. He won't bite me ever. Not hard. What the hell are you licking? What are you doing? Now let's put it up there and watch him try to get it. He knows I put it there. He knows. He will make his way up there. Guaranteed. Yeah, that's my mother with the Christmas shit. Oh, tell me about it. See, he doesn't know what to do. Cavaco. Cavaco. Where you going? I got something for the baby. Cavac. Who is it? Who is it? The candles. Want to see? I'll do this before I go to sleep. Wait. The TV. It's priceless. It's the best. It really is the best. When Woody and Petita were here, they couldn't believe it. How crazy this dog is. Uh-oh. Okay, we gotta get the TV way up. Okay, here we go. Shit. I wonder if I was watching the Israeli.
He's demeaning her and just profoundly
Okay. We gotta put on. Come on, search. Liberty Mutual. Liberty Mutual commercial. Here we go. Now remember, I'm not saying a word. I'm coming all the way on the other side. And it's right there. Watch this. So I'm right in front of the computer now. I'm on this side. I'm putting the TV louder. Watch his reaction, all right? Just watch his reaction.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I started a dog walking business. I was a bit nervous at first, but then I figured it's just walking, right? Oh, it's just so funny.
Rock is the vegetables! It's the vegetables! See, he knows that commercial because of the dogs on the screen. He sees the vegetables! Is that crazy? Look, watch. Gabagaboo! He comes running no matter where he is in the house. He hears that commercial. He'll stand right in front of the TV and howl. He's looking at it. My baby. I don't like to tease him like that though. Nani's got like the vegetables, the vegetables. He don't trust me right now. He thinks I'm gonna pick him up. He's not trusting me. Come here. See? See? Come here. Come here. Come here. Hindi may baby ka na kasi hindi baby. Oh, he's a character, I swear. He is a character. Too funny. Just too funny. These ADVs.
You're lucky you're so cute. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
He knows it. Now, is that adorable or what? And he does that.
We need a commercial,
Oh, shit.
man. Old Spice Gentleman's body wash.
He does that every time that commercial comes on the TV. There's another dog food commercial. He comes out of nowhere running. I could be laying on the couch watching TV, and I'm like, oh no, the commercial's on. He comes running out no matter where he is. Look, he's standing in front of the TV. He watches the TV. Anything that has to do with dogs. If I put a movie on that has to do with dogs, he'll sit there and watch the movie. He'll sit there and watch the movie. It's amazing. But he's got so many toys. This dog is so spoiled. You have no idea. No idea how spoiled he is. Super spoiled. Amazingly spoiled. Anyway, let's see if there's any Aurora. If not, I'm going to bed. It's that simple. Ain't nothing going on. Andy, what's going on? Yeah, there's not much activity. It's already 12. Oh my God, it's almost 1 o'clock. But it is it's amazing. And it's really cool too. Yeah, it's Aurora's dead. All right. I think I'm going to call it a night and chill. And get ready to watch I-24. Andy, what are you doing awake? It's like 6 o'clock. What is it? 6 o'clock in the morning for you almost? AM in the UK? The hell are you doing up? Anyway, I'm going to call it a night. Like I said, tomorrow I work. So to Marco, who else is in there? Lewis, Andy, Roman, anybody else who may be watching. Be well, be blessed, be safe. I need to get to bed because I'm exhausted. My back hurts. So till tomorrow, after 10. Good night. 6 a.m., right? I know it. Good night. Be well, be blessed, be safe.